Here. Testa.
Here.
TERO Owen.
Here.
Maria Thompson.
Here.
Wanda Barnes.
Here.
Francis Crawford.
Here.
Carlos Secretary. Carlos Vice Chairwoman. Here. Carlos Chairman. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. German and all those that were here this morning for our prayer. Morena spoke, Bikuli Councilwoman spoke good words, so thank you all. So we'll go ahead and start with the agenda. If you may review tribal council minutes for May 6th, please.
A motion to approve.
Motion from Bikuli. Second from Lake Traverse. And question from Long Hollow.
Maria Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Wandell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa.
Yes.
TERO Owen.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair. Thank you.
Moving on to minutes for May 7th. Go ahead.
Madam Vice Chair, on motion 62 for the Wachipi Committee, the crown total is going to be 1,500. So we'd like to, with the recommendation from legal, change that amount from 750 to 1,500. And that'll be the final contract amount. 62. The first on the first page. To change the amount to 1,500.
Instead of making a motion, can we just ask for a correction?
Or correction,
Yeah.
amended correction.
Haifa, would you be able to agree with that, since that was your motion? All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah, Johnny on the spot. Well, how about these two?
Yeah, you don't have to do that now, but.
Okay, I'll do that one.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Motion number 64, do we know if that has happened?
Number 64. I do not know if that happened. I believe, Old Agency is the representative for the Powwow Committee. Do you know if that was discussed?
I think those signs are made by the Department of Transportation, the green signs. When you come out of Sisseton, it says Sisseton, Wapit, and Sioux headquarters and stuff like that. And I know there's a green reflective sign that says powwow over by the ceremonial grounds. I'm not sure if that's the responsibility of BIE to get those signs changed, or if it's Cliff.
Hey Cliff, you're right here, so.
Yeah.
How would we put a request for changing all signage on the roads, road signage? Hold on one second, yes.
Madam Chair, those signs are the one that are taken down and put up every year.
Oh, those signs.
I'm not talking what
About the
Cliff,
green.
what you're asking Cliff.
okay.
Those are the ones that as tribe, we put up. Those are the ones that I'm talking about.
I didn't have a discussion with them. I don't know if anybody else had that
Well,
discussion
it
with them.
wouldn't be the powwow committee because they don't do those signs. Whoever put those signs up that said powwow on them, that would be the program to change it.
Okay. Well,
Now, I
as-
don't know what program that is.
Is it,
Oh, sure, yeah, I was thinking that.
oh, okay. Well, we can go ahead and talk to Charlene at the, Fish
Okay.
and Wildlife at the end of the day. After
Yeah.
today, I can reach out to them, since the tribal chairman won't be here today.
All right, thank you,
So-
Madam Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair.
We just had a question. On motion number 74, was that done then? And we're getting a better interest rate now on those accounts?
Yes, all items were transferred. As soon as we got the motions, I sent them to Dakota Bank, so all the accounts should have been transferred, yes.
Thank you.
Motion from Big Cooley.
Second.
Second from Enemy Swim. And question from Long Hollow to approve.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passed.
Thank you. Minutes for May 23rd. Motion from Lake Traverse,
Second.
second from Enemy Swim, and question from Long Hollow for minutes for May 23rd.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Domingo Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. Minutes for May 28th. I would like to make a comment for motion number 113 regarding to allocate the 25,000 to the 7 districts. Can we please note that the funding was distributed in December? So I hope the districts don't know think there's a check coming. There was a check that was distributed December 2024, this fiscal year. No, that was this fiscal year. Yes, you did. Can we? So you're saying the funding for December was for fiscal '24? You don't have to hand it out in June. They wanted it faster. That's why we made that motion. Recording secretary, can we please gather the motions for the December one to see if it was for fiscal '24 or '25? Yes, and then, well, not right now, but as soon as you can, and then the motion from fiscal '24 in June. So June should have been '24, and then December would have been '25. You did get it in December. All right. Okay, can we just get clarification? Because I was informed that was for '25, so. I was just double checking. Well, yeah, we can make sure that those motions are corrected for the current fiscal year. Motion to approve May 28th by Lake Traverse,
Second.
second from Enemy Swim, and question from Long Hollow.
Francis Crawford, Domingo Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Can we get, I'm sorry, a motion for executive resolutions 2503 and 2504 after your review?
I have a question.
Yes.
We noticed that the executive committee minutes haven't been coming to tribal council for approval.
Okay. I
And
will,
they've always come to tribal council for approval in the past.
okay. We will go ahead and start sending the executive motions to council. I believe last year we only sent the resolution, so we can go ahead and start bringing the motions again. So no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Lake Traverse?
Madam Vice Chair, what Myrna's referring to is the Constitution and bylaws under Article 3, Section 2. I know Christine emails us the executive committee minutes, but they have to be presented according to the Constitution at the next regular scheduled meetings.
Okay.
So that would help us with the executive resolutions as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we go ahead and, we'll have Christine send them as well, for the past couple months, so there's approval for the, this fiscal year, if you like. Okay. Motion from Lake Traverse,
Second.
second from Old Agency, and question from Long Hollow.
Winfield Randall,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Brenda Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
and Vice Chair motion.
Motion from Lake Traverse,
Second.
second from Old Agency, and question from Long Hollow.
Winfield Randall,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Brenda Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
and Vice Chair motion.
Thank you. I would like to put on the record to please excuse Tribal Chairman and Tribal Secretary. I believe Tribal Chairman is currently at a cult meeting, and Tribal Secretary is on his way to a government-to-government meeting in Bismarck. So,
Does the secretary have a report submitted?
yes, they have both written reports.
Oh, just now.
So we will go ahead and move on to the Tribal Chairman's written reports. I guess I can go ahead and read it. Hami Takiapi, May was our month of reflection, celebration, and continued advocacy for the well-being of our Oyate. This May, we took the time to recognize and honor the mothers and grandmothers of our Oyate during Mother's Day. Our matriarchs have always been the heart of our families, the protectors of our culture, and the foundation of our strength. Their wisdom and nurturing spirit guide our children and our communities, and their sacrifices continue to shape the path for the future generations. As we plan for the future, we must always remember that it is our women, our mothers, who have held our people together through every challenge. Opira tanka to all of the women who lead with love, strength, and vision. This month, I had the privilege of attending Tioshbazina Tribal School graduation with our tribal secretary. It was a special occasion to celebrate the achievements of our young people and their families. I was also honored to deliver the commencement address at the Sisseton-Wahpeton College graduation, encouraging our graduates to carry forward the values of our Oyate as they step into new roles as leaders, learners, and caretakers of our tribal future. I communicated the importance to use their education and their place in the community to lead with vision to benefit future generations. May 21st, we met with Keith Moore and Jen Heeb from Senator Mike Round's office. We expressed concern about potential federal funding cuts affecting Indian country and emphasized the need for meaningful tribal consultation in these decisions. We hope Senator Rounds will continue to be an ally to tribal nations and help ensure our voices are included in budgetary processes that directly impact our communities. On May 27th, we met with members of the District Chairman's Association to discuss the various opportunities and challenges for this term. With possible reductions to federal grants on the horizon, we discussed ways to protect our funding streams and to focus on long-term development that strengthens our self-sufficiency and sovereignty. With the direct services tribes being affected by rifts now is the time to self-determine all of the programs being affected to save those respective budgets going forward. Time is of the essence. As always, I remain deeply committed to advocating for our Oyate and ensuring that every step we take is grounded in the values passed down by our ancestors. especially the women who have carried our nation with strength and love. You can hold all questions for the chairman, because
Motion to approve the Tancha's report, Madam Vice Chair.
motion from Lake Traverse,
Second.
second from Old Agency, and question from Long Hollow.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Pesca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion
Thank you. I did ask, we won't be having an executive committee meeting this week, so I did ask Department of Transportation, Mr. Eberhart, to please get a motion that he needs right away. So I'll have him go ahead and present it.
Good morning, Tribal Council. Thank you for the time this morning. I did pass out a little bit of a report there. So the annual FTA circulates the annual certifications and assurances for all federally funded transit entities across the United States for approvals. So I'm just seeking pre-approval of the FTA annual certifications and assurances and the SWO Tribal Chairman's signature authority on the documents.
Motion from Lake Traverse, second from Haipa, and question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Yes.
Gabriel Pesca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and go to Vice Chair's report. So on the discussion, I just gave Lake Traverse, just for the discussion, the checks were distributed for those fiscal years for May and December. So there will be no checks distributed for home repair for the rest of the year. Huh? Get out of here. You're making me all confused. Okay. All right, so for the month of May, my office has worked diligently on preparing for general council. All items are prepared, so our report will be sent to DLI this week and we'll begin printing. I met with the Property and Supply Department a few times this month. Congratulations to Donna Bersheim. She has retired, so we had a small celebration and thanked her for her years of service, her 7 years of service. We are currently working on restructuring with the acting manager and the employees. And the program resent 256 invoices for this fiscal year. So I want to thank many of the programs that have been responding with payments and check numbers. So thank you so we can continue to work on that. I did have a meeting with finance. We are currently working on fiscal 22 audit. The auditor has been, did begin interviewing 5 chosen programs. We are still currently waiting on the programs to respond. So the longer we wait for responses leads to later audit date. So I do want to let you all know that we are not getting responses on a timely basis. It is not the finance department all. So our finance department is sending requested documents for review as top priority for our department. The finance department and I also met with the new audit prep company. We reviewed their new proposal for assistance for the audit prep for fiscal 2023 audit. We are very happy with the proposal. With moving to a new audit prep firm, we are going from a 2-man team to a 8-man team to speed the process. For ARPA budgets and CUF accounts, we are working on updating the ARPA report for general counsel. We did complete CUF accounts for the districts, which was sent to each chairman of each of your districts. And we are still working on updating CUF accounts for programs with ARPA funds. And the SHOTA is still continuing to grow. We are continuing to creating and distributing. We have produced 21 articles since January. Has been going back and forth between 8 to 10 pages, and the subscription list has been slowly increasing. So we're working on creating subscriptions for an online view. So with that, I only have 2 motions I'm requesting. I would like to request a motion to approve payment of $428,683 to Comstock for the Enemy Swim Head Start project with ARPA funding.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Enemy Swim.
Madam Vice Chair, I'll second her motion, but I got a question as well.
Yes.
Does Comstock not submit a AIA document, a pay request?
Yes, they also send that to, I believe they send that as attachment, but I just send the actual invoice.
Okay.
I can send that, attach that moving forward if you like.
Yeah, just so then that way we can actually look at, to see what we're paying them for, how far they are in the project.
Okay, I
So
can
if any of
also,
the families that have kids that go to school there, if they have any questions, we can answer those.
yeah, I can also send that after lunch today as well, so you can attach that to your records. Okay, so second with Lake Traverse. And question from Long Hollow.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Kupska,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. I would also like to request a motion to approve payment of $6,616 for Dakota Connection for the General Counsel gift certificates with the Executive Committee budget. Yes,
On these gift certificates, are those for door prize drawings?
yes.
And are they going to be taxed? Usually, in the past, when people won something, they were taxed.
No, I don't believe we're gonna tax these ones. You only get taxed after a certain amount. That's why we kind of pulled away from prizes, the actual prizes, and just got gifts. We started moving towards gift certificates.
Okay, thank you.
But it is a certain, I can't think of it right now, but there is a certain amount, so. Was that a motion? Okay, a motion from Big Cooley, second from Enemy Swim, and question from Long Hollow.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Kupska,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Also, if you were not made aware, a few weeks ago, we had, I believe it was PBS Corporation. They came to SWO and did interviews and discussed, I'm not too sure exactly what, but they discussed, what different things about SWO. One of the things that they are requesting is they want to do a view of SWO with a drone. So we would need drone approval from tribal council for them to move forward with it. I believe it is a documentary. So they are working with our social media individuals in IT. PBS. So I guess I'm requesting a motion for approval of drone usage for PBS documentary.
That's something that they get from other places that they go and do a documentary on, because we don't have a law for flying drones. I mean, it's FAA stuff, but only to a certain height.
the recording of the drone. Yes.
So moved, Madam Vice Chair.
Motion from Lake Traverse,
Second.
second from Enemy Swim, and question from Long Hollow.
I have a question quick.
Yes.
after. Are we going to own that, and is there any legal documents attached to that?
I believe legal did meet with them. I don't even know how long, I know it's been I'm looking at Tom, I'm not looking at the camera. I'm looking at Tom, for approval, but I believe legal did, have a contract, or was it just an MOU? I honestly don't know. It didn't come through my office. I can get more information on that for you as well. Verlin, do you happen to know anything on that PBS documentary? Because it came from the chairman's office. I know Scott German was heavily involved in meeting with them. I don't know the specifics. I'm sorry. I can't answer those.
They document different towns.
But I can give you more information after this meeting or during lunch hour, just because I'm sorry, I don't know the specifics.
Yeah, I was just wondering legalities of it, and if we own it, if we get copies, or
Okay.
stuff like that. Thank you.
I'll meet with legal after our meeting.
Just make sure if the document needs to be signed, Myrna's there, so she can be on that documentary portion.
All right. Oh, you missed it. They were here already. Did little interviews. She didn't do her hair and makeup that day. Just kidding. All right, can we go ahead and do count?
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Fonseca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you for your attachments. I have attached the SWO checkbook register gaming for the month of May. I have attached manager reports, a copy of the general council table of contents. We've added a lot more reporting in this general council booklet. And I did not attach the draft of the accounting manual. I'll go ahead and email that all to you all, just due to, it's 98 pages long, so that's a lot of paper that I didn't want to go ahead and send to you, but I'll go ahead and ask for your review of it, so I will be asking for approval at the next special council session. And under my report, I did ask our budget office to come and present the budgets that will need approval. So this is one of our budget specialists, Jesselyn.
Good morning, Tribal Council. My name is Justin Crawford. I'm the Budget and Contract Specialist. The following budgets currently need council approval. The first one is with the Planning Department. It's the State Small Business Credit Initiative, the Technical Assistance. This is a grant in the amount of $98,862. So.
Motion, Vice Chair.
Second?
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Fonseca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
The next one is with elderly nutrition. This is the third year of its grant. This is the OAA Nutrition Service and this incentive program for Native Americans. This is an amount of $29,731.
Motion?
Gabriel Fonseca,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Brenna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passed.
Thank you.
Then the third one is with elderly nutrition again. This is the third year of its grant. This is the OAA title, VI Part C, Native American Caregiver Support Award. This is an amount of $36,490.
Motion.
Motion from Old Agency. Second from Lake Traverse. Question from Long Hollow.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Brenna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passed.
Thank you.
And lastly, this is with the Vice Chairwoman's office. This is the BIA new infrastructure. This is be one-time funding for an amount of $150,000.
I have a question.
Yes.
Where is this funding coming from?
BIA.
Is it ATG or what, it's called a new infrastructure?
There
grant?
is this funding that there was available that they requested that if we wanted to put in for the funding, we would just put a budget justification requesting the funding. We did state it was going to be for new infrastructure. Tribal Secretary did request that it would be for the infrastructure of the lighthouse, the group home, because it's still in need of a fence and some other items. So that's what we were planning for the infrastructure. Otherwise, there was no specifics.
Okay, when we paid for when we made a motion to approve the payment for those fences, the contract with Robert Cole, where did that money come from then?
I believe we were going to take it out of the BIA ATG budget, but this is the extra funding that just came in, so we were going to request that it be moved over from that funding to this funding.
Okay, thank you.
Motion from Lake Traverse.
Second?
Second from Old Agency. Question from Haipa. He beat you.
Francis Crawford, Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Brenna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, guys. Also, if there is a concern, we can also discuss with the executives, because I don't know exactly what they officially put in for, but that was the recommendations from the two executives when they were here. But we can always meet on it afterwards to discuss it more if you like. Okay. Otherwise, that is all I have for my report. Motion from Lake Traverse.
Second?
Second from Old Agency, and question from Enemy Swim. I'm getting confused.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Brenna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passed.
Thank you, and for your record, the document that I just passed out was the AIA document that Lake Traverse requested for backup, so thank you to the Vice Chair's office staff for watching and bringing that documentation out here. Otherwise, next we have the Tribal Secretary's report, his written report, and then next we'll have Office of Child Support. So I will go ahead and read that for you all. During the month of May 2025, the Office of Tribal Secretary had 186 visitors sign in for the multiple reasons. We had numerous visitors with questions that did not sign in. I participated in various meetings with managers, tribal executives, council members, and tribal member visitors. Some of the meetings are as follow. I attended a meeting with the IHS governing body about IHS financials, also received updates from IHS department managers. During the executive meeting, we discussed current and upcoming projects, including costs, timelines, and funding sources. I had a meeting with the Education Director, Dr. Johnson, about concerns pertaining to Teoshpazina Tribal School. Per council motion, please see attached report. I met with assistant mayors mayor, Jaspers, and members of Sisseton City Council to discuss concerns, complaints, and the possibility of using the building as a cooling center or cooling house during the summer months. The Old Agency District Chairman and Vice Chair met with me concerning the COVID building. The Old A District is interested in using the building for a possible detox facility. Interviews were conducted and a director was selected for the Lighthouse Group Home. Due to her current employment, she will begin at the end of June. So please hold all questions for Tribal Secretary until his return. Otherwise, that is his written report. Oh, holy. Oh, okay. Thank you, Verlin. Keith Moore from U.S. Senator's Rounds Office met with executives and council to discuss concerns regarding the BIA and the NBIE administration and funding. To authorize the youth department to utilize Abra Watertown for van repairs in the amount of $7,029.72 with the youth budget as the funding source. Motion from Lake Traverse. That's it, right? Okay.
Second.
Second from Big Cooley. Question from Haipa.
Yes.
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 Requesting motion to approve Tribal Secretary's report. Motion from Long Hollow.
Second.
Second from Enemy Swim. And question from Lake Traverse.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Lund,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Randall,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Are you going to speak for enrollment, or can I go ahead and have Child Support Office? Child Support, you have the floor.
Good morning. I'm here with my annual contracts. I did email them out to everybody, so I hope you had the chance to review them. The first one is the Tribal Systems and Service. That's for our child support management software. The money is, of course, in our budget. It's for $73,550. There was no change to the contract other than the change of dates for the upcoming fiscal year, and it was reviewed and, well, actually drafted by legal. So I would request a motion approving this contract.
That's the same one that you have every year?
Yeah.
We didn't get we didn't print the
It's-
copy, but I'm familiar with it.
Anybody want to look at it? I brought just one printed copy.
Motion from Lake Traverse.
Yeah.
Second.
Second from Big Cooley. And question from Long Hollow.
And then the second contract is,
Hold on 1 second, they need to
oh,
do the vote.
sorry.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Randall,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Tempesta,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Lund,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chairman.
Thank you.
This additional contract is for the DNA Diagnostic Center. It's our paternity testing contract for child support. There was a change to the name of the accreditation agency that they use and changes to the dates for the upcoming fiscal year. The amounts haven't changed, and of course, the funding is all in our federal budget. And then I would also like to request, we still haven't gotten, although last year I was told the tribe would pay for the business license expense for DDC. It was never paid, so they don't have their business license yet. The problem with that is if we go to a different agency, it's going to cost us more. And these guys have so much of our people's DNA reports already that it's a cost savings for us to stay with them. And so I'm requesting that the business license fee either be waived, or if the tribe would please pay for it. We can't pay for it out of federal funds. It would be a disallowed cost. And so that's why I'm requesting again, and I've been told for several years that the tribe would pay the $100, but so far it hasn't happened.
I will go ahead and have, because it's the new fiscal year, we're not going to pay for last year's, but you already had the contract for last year. So we'll go ahead and pay for this year. What we'll do is we'll plan for an increase to your program. You do receive a program support budget. I believe it only costs for your space costs.
Yes.
So we'll add that $100 just so in the future you'll pay it, but just out of your program support budget.
Thank
So
you.
then that way we're not waiving it. We do have managers complete a justification form, so everything she just informed you on the reasoning why, of the importance of keeping up with the vendor. We've allowed managers if that vendor had a good justification. So I would say just go ahead and complete your justification with that request. It would need approval from tribal secretary, and I believe he didn't have any issues with it. So
Is there an actual form for that?
no, it's just a memo form justification that you would just send to your executive. So
Okay.
I will be in agreement with that.
Madam Vice Chair, I'll make that motion. We don't need to have Junior or Gabe's DNA samples laying around out there with any other programs, so we need to safeguard them.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have them approved by Lake Traverse. Motion by Lake Traverse.
Second.
Second from Enemy Swim. And question from Long Hollow.
Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Montesa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Maria Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you.
Motion to approve. Motion from Lake Traverse. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Montesa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Maria Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Good morning, Tribal Council. I'll be presenting the enrollment report. First thing is that the math on the front page is wrong. If you add the on-reservation and off-reservations numbers they have, it should total 14,816. So Jason is reviewing everything now to see where the typo happened. Okay. So with that, I'll just start and apologize if I mispronounce anybody's name. Under Exhibit A, we have one applicant requesting enrollment, Amicia May Hernandez. Under Exhibit B, we have 7 applicants requesting enrollment, Pharrell Grace Brown, Soraya Renee Lynn Goodsell, Lauren Violet Onali Ortley, Chance Lane Running Bear, Asia May Shepherd, Skylar Faye Strickerts, and Tilly Louise Wana. And under Exhibit C, we have 4 applicants requesting enrollment, Diana Lovely Rose Beasley, Henry Richard Hayden, Vivian Rose Heigo, and Thomas Michael Lovekins. And there are no relinquishments this month.
Motion from Lake Traverse,
Second?
second from Old Agency, and question from Long Hollow.
Vice Chair? With just a correction on the birth date? Thank you.
With the correction of the birth date, yes. Can you make note for Jason for that as well? Okay.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Wendell Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Cabeza,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Maria Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you.
Motion for Exhibit C, Vice Chair.
Second.
Motion from Haipa, second from Enemy Swim, and question from Long Hollow.
Wendell Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Cabeza,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Maria Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you.
Motion for Exhibit C.
Motion from Old Agency. Second from Haipa. Question from Long Hollow.
Gabriel Cabeza,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Maria Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Wendell Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, so I won't read the numbers. Typically, we read them at this time and give the totals, but until we get the finals, then we'll get the front page back to you. So, thank you.
Thank you. Motion for the enrollment report.
Motion.
Motion from Enemy Swim.
Second?
Second from Old Agency. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Maria Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Wendell Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Cabeza,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. Before we go on break, we do have TERO Department and Construction Office presenting something together, so both you guys may have the floor.
There we go. So the TERO Commission was approached by the Department of Education last year in regard to the Enemy Swim Head Start project building that Comstock was constructing. And they are very, I think they're all done with the construction of it. They had the grand opening last week. And there are some outstanding costs yet for the project. And so today, well, actually, on the 13th, I believe it was, May, the Education Office and Construction Office approached the TERO Commission and requested the return of the TERO fees collected as and then to be returned as a pass-through, which the TERO Commission did go on record last year and approve, and then it was also approved by tribal council. And so with that understanding, the TERO Commission approved the request at their meeting on May 13th, and I am here today to formally make the request of tribal council to approve the return of the pass-through TERO fees collected in the amount of $161,000. How much is that? $991.04. $161,991.04 to be passed through back to the Education Department for the final cost of the project.
I have a question.
Okay, I believe it's the Head Start program, correct?
Yeah, it's the Head Start project.
But the funds will go back to Head Start.
They will actually make the final payment for, that's why we needed to get the pre-approval before we could actually sign the contract, because the taxes and TERO fees put us over our budget.
Okay, thank you. Bikuli?
Okay, I guess you answered that question. I'm like, why did they go over budget? So, I mean, why wasn't it planned for, so we can't keep waiving these tax and TERO fees? Why don't we stay within a budget that includes tax and TERO fees? Because, I mean, we keep taking from those two entities.
Well, the education departments are, it's written into both codes as a pass-through fund for the taxes and the TERO fees. It's written in there. They do require the contractor to pay the TERO fees, and then it basically goes back to the education department for use in the project. Now, like I say, before, on a different project, there was some, let's say, some different opinions of what they used the tax and TERO dollars for. These ones, like I said, that's kind of why we made sure that these are going right back into the project to actually pay the contractor, because of the limited funds available, as well as so that there's no confusion anymore. Last time, I think it was TZ that did a project, and when they got their taxes back, they bought some furniture, but it didn't actually go into where the project was or something. So, like I say, that just like third-hand information of what happened there and why these pass-through funds, let's say, were kind of frowned on by TERO and the tax commission. They were both kind of hesitant when we went to request them back because of that. And, you know, so like I said, that's the one thing that I made perfectly clear is if we didn't get the pass-through approved, we wouldn't have been able to sign the contract to build the Head Start because the budget was so that tight, so.
Okay, thank you. I did not realize that's in a code.
I believe it's the education code, because the TERO code states that all entities of the tribe pay the TERO fees on their projects. And
Okay, well, thank you for explaining that.
Motion approved, Madam Vice Chair.
Motion from Mike Travers, second by
Question.
Haipa, and question from Enemy Swim.
Winfield Wondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Kataka,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Maria Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Lawrence,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair and Council.
Next, due to the lack of execs, I need to get the pay requests for the jail approved. But I think I got the wrong one. Yeah, I do. She made copies of the wrong pay app.
Do you want to go ahead and come back this afternoon?
I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. What's that? No, that you can throw them, I'll bring back the right ones. That's last month's pay app that's already been approved and paid, so.
Detention center's been approved already?
Well, the pay requests for this month is what I'll need you guys to approve. These are actually from last month. They have been approved by the executives and they have been paid. She just made copies of the wrong ones, so
Okay, thank you.
I'll get that corrected and come back this afternoon.
All right, we'll go ahead and go on our 15-minute break. Yes.
TERO report, these come back later?
No, so none of them were actually supposed to be on the report, so we don't need to approve their report.
You got TERO on the agenda, 11.
Yeah, where am I looking at? No. Oh, he's under planning.
Motion to approve TERO report.
Second.
Motion from Lake Travers, second by Amy Swam, and question by Long Hollow.
Good morning, Madam Vice Chair and Tribal Council. Thank you for having me this morning. I have presented an item back in January, and happy to report that the legal review is complete. The green folders that should be sitting there on your desks this morning have 2 items. The first one is the action item from, the dark green folder, I think it is. It's 2 items in there. They should be stapled. One of them is a action item, as well as the stamped version of the contract that was requested on January 15th. This is for the comprehensive planning and future land use services.
Motion from Lake Traverse. The HKG for comprehensive planning services. Second from Bikuli. Question from Long Hollow, sorry.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Marina Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Can we just add in the language with the section 7 as not to exceed the amount of 310 with section 7 gaming funds?
Thank you very much, Council. The other item is just a report on the feasibility of establishing a Social Security Administration Services Office, and I would be happy to address any questions or discuss in the future when it's convenient for you all. Thank you.
Next week? Just kidding. Lake Traverse?
Madam Vice Chair, before we approve the planning report, I do have one request, Matthew. Last week when we were in session and we had the consultant here, Mark Van Norman, Mr. Chairman recommended that Mark Van Norman visit with Fish and Wildlife Commission. So that happened last night. And a motion was made by the Fish and Wildlife Commission to start the planning stages of contracting, compacting, or 638ing the Tewakin National Wildlife Refuge. And the motion that was made was to have planning to come up with a financial feasibility study on what it would take to operate that and to include the Wabe National Wildlife Refuge. So if your office can start that process, and then Madam Vice Chair, if you can do the work order for that?
Yep, I'll go ahead and do the work order for
To assign that to planning?
planning. You don't do work orders, do you?
We don't have a work order system or anything like that, but we can visit about that so I can scope it out, and then maybe next time we meet, have something for your guys' review to understand the project more.
Yep, we'll go ahead and probably just set up a setup meeting, just a kind of introduction meeting, I guess, with the chairman's approval with Fish and Wildlife and planning, so that would be.
So I'll make that motion right now then, Madam Vice Chair, that process is, so then that way Matt's aware of it.
Okay.
So that's my motion, Madam Vice Chair.
Motion from Lake Traverse. Do you want to kind of clean up that?
Yeah,
Motion?
so the motion would be, Lindsay, is to have the planning department start the financial feasibility study to contract, compact, or 638, the Tewakin National Wildlife Refuge as presented by Mark Van Norman.
With natural resources?
Yep, with official, yeah, natural resources. So we just want to make sure that, because there is going to be some 638 funding that comes with it, but we want to make sure that there's enough there to cover the expenses of us taking care of that.
Okay. So there's a motion from Lake Traverse. Second from Haiba.
Question.
And question from Long Hollow.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Marina Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Council. Have a good day.
Do you want to go ahead? Yeah. Motion to approve planning's report. Motion from Lake Traverse. Second from Haiba. And question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Chanel Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Tomasa,
Yes.
Carol Owen,
Yes.
Maria Thompson. Yes. Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Madam Secretary.
Next, we had TERO department. TERO's office, TERO has already reported. So next we'll move on to Head Start and Early Head Start and then Education office. So, Ms. Peters Bernard.
Thank you, Mrs. Vice Chair. Good morning, members of council. I handed out my report earlier this morning. I do not have any action items. I just have a couple Head Start highlights. If you notice there, we did get the notice of award. It is in your packet for our change of scope, so that will start September 1st. The graduation was held for Enemy Swim. We had 8 graduates up there. We had graduation for the Head Start, we had 42 down here, and they held that at Teoshpazina. The PIQ that we've been talking about for the DRS for Head Start, we had a meeting on the 19th, a meeting on the 27th. There will be a final determination date to be set up, and that is going to require for all of council and all executives to be present. At that time, they will let us know whether we are getting a 5-year grant renewal or we will be in competition. So as soon as that date comes available, they required some information. If you notice on the back sheet of my report, there is a list of items that they have requested. So the vice chair, we've been working closely with the vice chair. She has provided all those documents. So those will be uploaded today and sent to Head Start. And from there, they'll decide, and then we'll have the final review. So. Pardon?
Did you all get a report? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
She was early this morning, it's probably at the bottom.
If you have any questions, otherwise that concludes my report.
I have a question.
Sure.
Chairman, Vice Chair. The PIQ Zoom, was it rescheduled from May 19th?
No, that was the first, we had 2 of them, and we're just discussing with the finance office on the items that were needed to follow up with the PIQ. We had the first one, that's where we discussed, and we met again on the 27th for all the documentation that they're requiring for us to have.
Okay. And then when is the next one?
As soon as they look through the items that we're sending today, all the documents that they requested, so hopefully in the next week or 2 weeks, that will be done.
Then you'll email us? with
Yes.
that? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep.
Vice Chavez.
Madam Vice Chair, Lenny, are you going to be in attendance with the consultation that's going to happen on June 12th in Bismarck, or is Dr. Sherry going to be there with Secretary Burgum?
I wasn't planning on attending.
I wasn't either.
I did the virtual ones, though, that they had open on last Thursday. I attended that one. But if we're going to have opportunity to talk to Governor, I would consider it. Secretary, sorry.
I just think it's we need to have all hands on deck when it comes to that, because this is the time that he needs to hear straight from our program directors on the issues that are amounting due to the RIFs and Doge and stuff like that. So I know that the chairman's going to be there, and I think the secretary, along with Mark Van Norman, and I believe the college president is going as well.
Okay. Motion from Lake Towers. Second from Big Cooley. And question from Enemy Swim.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Michael Blondell.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa.
Yes.
Carol Owen.
Yes.
Verna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. Lake Towers.
Madam Vice Chair, what would the process be, or I guess, because of the tribe's audit situation, or lack of auditors, because of all the ARPA funding, what would the process be to allow the Head Start to administratively file for their funding under an outside agency under the umbrella of the tribe that has current audits?
If it's a council motion, we can do that. We had, the Solar for All was approved through under us, and we gave the grant. We can do it as a pass-through possibly. We did allow housing to do it. I believe there was a grant that the previous executive director was working on, and because of the audit situation, the executives did allow her to apply for it under the housing authority. So, but we've never done an actual program to do it. So if our audit is completed, like I said, it's supposed to be completed in June, but based off the determination of programs completing their required documentation on a timely manner, that might be moved to July, honestly. So I don't know if the Head Start agency will wait for that, because we did inform them that it was going to be done in June. So they know they requested documentation, in which unfortunately our auditors won't sign because of the previous audit. Managers and documentation took a little bit longer than the necessary, I believe. We can, like I said, I would just request a motion because it is a tribal program. But other than that, that would be only if they don't approve the 5-year contract. So if they do approve, crossing my fingers that if they do approve it, everything would be great. But if they make us apply for the competitive grants, then I won't have an issue with moving them to Housing Authority to follow under their audit. But I don't want to make that into a thing that we do for everyone. We do know the emergency of Head Start's funding, but the only problem is that if you do it for one program, I don't want all these other federal programs running to housing next to be under housing as well. So that's my only concern on that, really. But I think it would probably be a table discussion after we find out if we don't receive the 5-year grant.
I'm not saying it has to be housing, I'm just saying that another outside entity that's still within
The
the
college?
umbrella. Anywhere.
Okay.
Because, the funding is, what's detrimental is the funding. And the future of Head Start, and it's not just Head Start either, it's the Fish and Wildlife. We were awarded a couple $1 million grants because of lack of consultation by Army Corps of Engineers for the Browns Valley Flood Diversion Project. And that's in limbo now because of the tribe's audits, and we could lose that. So I'm looking at different avenues that are available, to our entities that have funding available or that's awarded, but there's nothing we can do to draw them down. So any other entity that's in good standing with their audits, I think that's something that we should look at, moving some of those programs under them, just so we can get that funding.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're losing it, and that's a lot of dollars.
Well, it also just depends, because once we get our audit, we technically would have June, July, August, September, 4 months to get those audits straight to everybody out there. In 4 months, you can get a lot of stuff done regarding the financial parts of it. So I feel like if we can hurry up and pass that out, get everyone on a clear state, get everyone approved, then we won't have to wait and don't have to do that until possibly in a few more months, if there's new grants and stuff, because that's the same thing with Diabetes Center. Diabetes Center has been approved, has been awarded, but they won't receive their funding until the grant, the audit is entered to them, and then they will send us that, those funds, in which we were told that we will be reimbursed, because we did provide program support for fiscal '24 for Diabetes Center. So I completely understand what you're saying with that. So, I mean, it can be something that we can have a roundtable on, even if it's not Head Start, but I just don't want to make this a habit for every program.
And if the executives, you know, if you guys are having issues with people not providing documentation that's needed to complete the audits, then maybe disciplinary notices need to be issued for the ones not complying in a timely fashion.
I agree. Not my problem. Do you need a motion? No, okay, no. It's an it's administrative issue, which it's a discussion between the executives that we're having, so. But other than that, if we get a motion to approve the Head Start report, or did we already approve it? No, we didn't. You made a motion? Okay.
I also handed out the community assessment too, if you could do it, if you want to do it on paper. If you could do it online, just do the QR code and you could do that too. So, thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, go ahead. Good morning, Tribal Council. I'm here to present 3 resolutions. The rest of the report is still continuing from the last time I was here, and so there's nothing new on the bottom portion, just the 3 highlighted action items. They're all 3 resolutions. And for the first resolution, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Griffin to go ahead and introduce her associate here and then discuss the resolution. I know that she has spent some time personally with each of you to visit a little bit about it, but I'm not sure if the vice chair, if you've heard anything. So I'll turn this all over to Dr. Griffin to talk about it. Go ahead.
Amitakepi, Oasna Pechi Zapie, Ake Dayan Wachina Petugde, Wahi, a change resolution wa unchimpi. I think I know everybody, but just in case, I'm Erin Griffin. I currently teach Dakota language for South Dakota State University. And I'm here with my colleague, Christy, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Han Matakuyapi. Chante washte napechu japi, Christy Garsanto samachiapiye. It is a wonderful opportunity to be here with you today. As Erin said, I am the director of the School of American and Global Studies at South Dakota State University, and we house American Indian and Indigenous Studies as well as our Ochete Shakoi language program.
So it's an honor to be here with you guys today, and thank you for making time for us to talk with you about this. You should all have a copy of the resolution that has now been approved by legal. SDSU currently teaches both Dakota and Lakota language. I am the Dakota teacher, and Amanda Carlo is our Lakota teacher. And that's housed under the Ochete Shakoi language program. We have a basic Ochete Shakoi language certificate available for students, as well as a newly approved minor in the Ochete Shakoi language that was approved by the Board of Regents in April. In addition to building out domains for the use of Dakota language as a medium of communication, and training new teachers and offering language education to as many students that want it. We're also invested and committed to supporting our communities, our Dakota, Lakota communities, as well as the school districts across the state in developing new Oceti Sakowin language teachers. So we're here today to ask for, within the resolution, there's two pieces to it. One is a request to affirm our use of Oceti Sakowin language as the name of our program, which is inclusive of all of our dialects. And then the second half is a request for support in our proposal to the State Department of Education to become a new site, an additional site that can recommend certification for new Dakota, Lakota, Nakota teachers.
Motion from Lake Traverse?
Second.
Second from Big Coulee?
Question.
And question from Enemy Swim.
Madam Vice Chair, Aaron, what we're voting on now, I was kind of going over this and kind of missed what you were saying. So what are you asking for us to vote on now? What's your request?
So it's an affirmation of our use of Oceti Sakowin language for our program, and then also support for our request to the State Department of Education to become a site for recommending new Dakota, Lakota, Nakota teachers.
Okay. Have you asked the other tribes? Have the other tribes come in and said this is okay?
All of the tribes are in the process of doing this right now. And so, yes, it's been presented to all of the tribes, this resolution. Have any of them approved it yet? I'm not quite sure. I didn't have my meeting yet. So two things I just want to talk a little bit about, and I'm kind of getting a little bit of verb feedback here, but so when you attend a language course down to SDSU, they all say L-A-K-T? L-A-K-A. And so this will provide them a unified way of saying Oceti Sakowin instead of always being under the Lakota. In the fact that they have huge language programs at SDSU, they are not able to certify anybody coming out of there. And so they can earn their degrees and everything, and they can get their appropriate credentials, but SDSU cannot certify a teacher to teach. And so the closest ones there's about 4 of them, I think, but our tribal college is one of them that can give that teacher license. So we want to support that. And all the directors, Dr. Griffin did come through the tribal education directors meeting, and they're all agree upon it. And together we drafted this resolution. So you're looking at the work that we all worked on that day. So.
Madam Vice Chair, what I'm not liking is that we have to go through Washichu's telling us we could speak our language. I mean, that's the thing that's just bothering me, okay? But that's just my view. And that, well, I'll just say that much, Madam Vice Chair. I don't want to get too carried away.
Thank you. I believe Lake Traverse had a comment as well, or were you raising your hand?
Well, Madam Vice Chair, I was just saying, that it's about utilizing, the resolution is about utilizing the term Ochete Shakoi. That's what the request is, and then to allow, to be able to allow SDSU to apply for the permit. So when an individual does graduate, then they'll sign off on it as a certified language teacher. So that's what the resolution is asking. So is that correct?
That's correct.
So, you know, and then for the other part, Junior, you know, sometimes, you know, it's good to communicate with our sister tribes, but I think if we want to be the leaders, then we need to be the leaders and get it done now.
And, Enemy Swim?
I just wanted to elaborate on what Junior's saying. I agree to that, you know, to a point, but in today's world and what we live in, sometimes we have to go by their standards in teaching. But I encourage, like, everyone to learn our language, and that's the most, like, important thing for our tribe to do. And sometimes we have to, because of the way the situation and the education is part of that. And he said there's always better ways to teach too, easier ways, more fluent ways to teach. But sometimes these things for us, but I encourage like everybody to learn, because that's what it's about and that's who we are.
Question. So, just like better understanding for myself, I guess you can say. There's not a teaching degree at SWC, correct?
There is a teaching degree
There is
there.
a teaching
Yep.
to be a teacher.
They can get a 2-year degree, but they also can get the permit, which is basically 1 year.
But not a 4-year degree in teaching to teach at a school, which is a requirement at the schools. Could you have
No.
a teaching requirement, or is
The-
it just a certificate?
The requirement is that piece of paper from the Department of Education.
Okay.
So what happens after, so in SCSU's case, they go through their program and they approve off on their credentials. If SDSU becomes that permitting, so then what they do is they sign off that said they approved and they are completed their degree of program. Then that paperwork along with the fee goes up to the Department of Education in Pierre. They review it, and then after that comes a certificate.
Okay.
And so they can either get it through they have a couple different versions of language teachers there. And either way, they can get it.
So for example, if I wanted to be a biology teacher, and specifically, let's just say science, for example, for TZ in the future, but I also wanted to have the teaching permit, enable for this to go through my teaching going through the biology process, but also getting your certificate for the language, it would be helpful for students, I guess is my concern. It would help benefit the students that are not able to come to SWC for the language part, but if they went to SDSU.
Correct.
Okay.
Because right now, what it does is they're people that are earning degrees in their language, learning their language and everything, they have to go somewhere else to request a permit through some other institution. So what this will do is, because they've beefed up their program, it will allow them to go ahead and permit that, rather than having their people that have earned this have to go through somebody else to get it.
That's why I just wanted to know if this would be an easier process. If our students wanted a 4-year degree at at SDSU, they can also get their language certificate. So that was just my quick question. Thank you. Haipa?
So, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Are members going through our program here? And do they get a certificate out of, once they complete what we're doing here at our college?
They can. They still have to do the permit and the application and pay the fee.
Okay, but
Yes.
after they get it here, can they submit for all that without having to go to SDSU?
Yes.
Okay,
But they have to go through the college.
the college here?
The college here, yes.
Okay.
May
There is
talk,
another avenue. So if they go to ours, that gives ours accreditation, that our program puts out language speakers, right? Okay.
Mitakiapi. I just wanted to add, I agree with you, Junior, that having to go through the state to be able to teach our language is not something we should have to do. And I'll be honest with you, it slows us down. And, a lot of people get turned off because they think, well, I don't want to go to school or do this or that to have to speak the language. And, on top of that, it's a very difficult process. It's difficult to get responses from the state. It's difficult to navigate the application. But ultimately, if I can use my position to help others get through that in an easier and faster way and help us create more teachers, which we desperately need, then I would like to be able to do that. And this is really, we've now gotten 2 of our students certified in the last year. We came through DLI to get help with that. But one of them just told me, like, even after working with DLI, working with the state was still difficult. And we need more people advocating for our communities so that we can do what we need to and create more teachers.
Madam Vice Chair, how this started was to get our members, more of our members speaking, okay? It didn't go to Brookings. It was just for our members, because our language was dying out. So what Aaron is mentioning, how difficult it is, to go through them. But what I'm looking back in, it was just for our members, and we are teaching our members here. They are picking it up. But like Cheryl said, sometimes you just gotta go, what's best. So I'll support Francis's motion and taking the slow down route. Like Aaron said, it slows us down. Well, I'll second that.
It was just a vote, but there's one more comment from Buffalo Lake.
Yeah, this is just a comment. Listening to everybody, we have to remember too, hate to say this, but the government and the white man is always trying to stop us. And our language is very important to us. And of course, they're gonna try everything to put roadblocks on us, like you said, one accomplished, but still difficult. So, we have to stand our grounds with the government. I feel that they're always coming after us, natives. And our language is very important to us. So, always roadblocks, seems like, always. This is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Old agency?
Yeah, I have a question. What's the timeline on this, of getting this culture permit from the state?
I don't believe there is a timeline. We actually started trying to talk to them back in October, and it took me a few months to even get a coherent response from the state. And then they requested documentation from us, which we provided. And then they pulled in the Office of Tribal Relations. At which point we ended up having a meeting with the tribal education directors. So we're just trying to get resolutions of support from all the tribes at this point to submit those to the state now.
This will be helpful for when we meet with the governor. If it still hasn't happened, then this will be one of the things that we could talk to them about, because the tribal relations and the Office of Indian Education will be at that table.
The second part of my question, currently a person who is our student who is attending South Dakota State University cannot graduate with a language degree in Dakota, or Lakota, or Nakota, correct?
Correct. We had the minor approved in April, so students will be able to sign up for that this coming fall. The students can currently earn the basic Oceti Shakopee language certificate, which is basically taking the first 2 years of the language, and then it's a certificate added to their diploma. But coming this fall, I know we do have one student who's already interested in signing up for the minor, and that will begin then.
Continue with the vote.
Janelle Cook? Yes. Gabriel Compesta?
Yes.
Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Brenda Thompson?
Yes.
Wanda Barnes? Yes. Madam Vice Chair, motion passes. Thank you.
Lake Traverse?
Madam Vice Chair, you know, the other thing to keep in mind too is, yes, we have our own local college here that teaches, but you also factor in, you know, that STSU has a bridge program with Flanger Indian School. And a lot of our students that go there might be a part of that bridge program where this will benefit them as well. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Education?
Thank you. The next resolution is, the next two resolutions are just our recontracting for our services. So every 3 years, we have to put this resolution up to you. This first one is for the college to secure our higher education, which is, they've been administering that program for eons prior to mine.
Motion from Lake Traverse? So, I'm sorry, Lake Traverse, this is the resolution for the first one, correct? For the, okay. There is a motion on the floor. Bickley?
Is this Janelle's higher education program?
No, it's our BIE one. Our higher education scholarship for college students. Goes all over the nation. They administer it.
Okay, thank you.
Motion from Lake Traverse.
Second.
Second from Haipa. And question from Enemy Swim. Oh, second from yeah, that's what I said. Second from Haipa. Question from Enemy Swim. Hold on, did I?
Yeah.
That's what I said? You're confusing.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Haipa wakes me up every 5 minutes.
Thank you, council. And so when it gets done, I'll go ahead and provide it to the college president so they can do what they need to do and request that contracting. Also, the next one is to recontract for the BIE funding for us.
Hold on, was the first one you made, Francis? Was that the higher education one you made?
No, the first one I made was for STSU.
Higher education, thank you. That's why I just wanted clarification, because I read them backwards. Okay,
So it's the second resolution that you approved?
yeah. The first one now be the
See,
Education
we're just
Administration
backwards.
Program.
Sorry, I must have had them in the packet backwards, but I just got it from legal prior to coming. Otherwise, I would have given it to you much earlier.
No, you're fine.
I'll try.
I have a question. Can you explain this resolution a little bit to us? How it works and who has the authority and the processes?
The processes of the resolution or the,
How it works?
okay. So this is a contract that we contract with the Bureau of Indian Education, and going back to where, when they closed our education line offices, and so we're talking way back when they closed our line offices. And so we weren't getting any assistance at all to help administer or help our schools, and any technical assistance at all. And so while the lawsuit was going through, they really didn't make a determination for about 3 years. And so while that process was through, we requested to have our funding brought in under a sovereignty and education project. And so we've been having that same sovereignty and education grant. So every 3 years, we provide a resolution to them to recontract for that.
Who provides the TA now?
Right now, it just depends on what the TA is. It would come out of the education office, either direct, Lisa Forcier is the direct one that's funded for it, and then, but we team together on all the needs there. There's only a certain amount of things that we actually can do, because some of the items that technical assistants have to deal with inherent functions of the BIE, and we can't do any of those. That becomes the office of the Dr. Socia over us, the associates, directors.
So what's the main purpose of the TA? Is it for classroom management? Is it?
The main TA is that there is to follow the guidelines, actually the laws on each one of the programs, but also to ensure that their reports are on time and their copies of things are going into where they need to go. The schools upload into Native Star and up to the BIE1 plan right now, and so we're working heavily with Teos Bazina right now, because they don't have a superintendent to ensure that all their documents are uploaded, so they have funding for next year. So that's what the main parts of the TA is.
And your office provides that?
Yes, for the parts that aren't inherent.
Motion from Lake Traverse. If there's no more If there's not a second, motion has died. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Now a question is, if the resolution isn't passed, will the education assistance program within your program not receive its funding?
Correct. We will do layoff.
So next on the agenda, we have Tribal Historic Preservation Office. So you all have the floor.
Good afternoon, executive and council members. I just have a couple of things, 2 or 3 things. First of all, I just wanted to say that I wanted to give you all a reminder that next Monday, June 9th, we meet with the Army Corps of Engineers here in the chambers. And I gave information packets to the council yesterday, so they kind of will have an idea of what's going on. So I'm hoping you have an opportunity to review those packets that we gave you, and then we'll have that discussion. I did ask legal to also sit in on that meeting too, so hopefully, we can get some clear answers and hear their presentation and what they're proposing. I do want to say that, just a reminder that Siston-Wapton does have a standing resolution opposing any projects. And though that was with regard to 2 years ago, they came in with 8 options and had you guys look at them. And some of you who were here, I know Janelle was here, some of you did see those, but the tribe opposed all 8 of those. These 2 options that I shared with you yesterday are new options. And I think what they want is they want the tribe to give its blessing, so to speak, because these are different options, and they're going to present them. But our issue had always been that anything that was going to impact tribal lands up further by Dakota Sioux and where we have land, if it was going to flood any of our lands, that was our reason for opposition to any of those options. This is different. So we can hear them out. You don't have to give them any answers right here, right now, when they come in. You guys should have, they're coming to consult government to government. And it's your opportunity to ask the questions, to be direct with them and make them, explain it. If you don't understand something, we'll have them explain it so that we do understand and just what this impact is going to have to us. And because I'm thinking they want us to rescind our earlier resolution, because I believe, and I'll have to get it from Verlin, but I believe the way it's worded is that oppose any of the projects that the Army Corps is proposing. So that would include these 2 too. If one of these were acceptable and we could agree to it, then we would need to do that. But that's why I want them to present to the governing body and let you make that decision. So that's just a reminder. The other thing I have is I needed an action item motion for a contract. We are proposing, if you recall a while back, and I think it was this council, we came in for a contract with Brunton Architects. Just to give a little bit of back history, earlier, a couple of years ago, a grant, the tribe got the grant, planning got a grant that was for the planning of a visitors / cultural center. And after all was said and done, the price tag on that center was just too much, and we would never see anything like that. So our approach has always been, because it's kind of been on the back burner, our approach has always been that we want to do it in a phased, if we could do it in a phased way so that we could get a phase 1, phase 2, build it so that we could get it where we could add on if we wanted to in the future and make it, additions to it. So that's how we were going. Well, we got Brunton, we have the contract with them, they're working on our plan, it's going well, but we wanted to have a project integrator, and we have a consultant who is Woyukcha, and her company would act as the project integrator to help us get this, keep it moving. She is not a construction manager or anything like that, but I'm sure would be consulting with our own program construction management when needed. So, but I just wanted approval to get her on board to work with us because she helps us find grants. set up 501c3. I mean, she kind of does a whole lot of stuff that we really need to have done to help us push this through. So that's what I'm asking for, a motion to approve her contract, Wowiukcha.
Did that contract go through legal already?
Yes, it
It
did.
did.
Oh, and I didn't bring a copy of it either, but it did go through. Pardon me?
Just show us the legal stamp right there.
No, I didn't even bring I didn't bring that, I forgot it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
in that file, you know. No, it's up on on my file cabinet in my active.
She's already gone.
Jeez, she's already gone, she'll be back before I'm done explaining. So that,
Okay.
what else do I have? I do have that, she'll bring that. So do you want me to just keep talking
Yeah, go
about
ahead,
the
go to the
next?
next one.
Okay, yep, my next item is, I just wanted to have some discussion that recently it was brought to our attention that the Chapter 77 had been revised, and a portion of Chapter 77, which is the research code, affects Chapter 73, which is Cultural Resources Protection Act, which is our code.
And we have the opportunity to have a brief conversation with legal about it with Megan. What it would do is require our work, the surveys and things that we do, to have to fall under the possibility that it would fall under the research code. And if you recall, the Tribal Historic Preservation Office, their core duty is tribal home sites and the tribal projects. Those clearances need to be done in a timely manner. That is our major focus, our primary work. And so to add any other delays to it is really problematic. So I think that in itself is something that we need to look at for that reason alone.
Thank you. Bikuli?
Due to that discussion and understanding, I wanted to make a motion to, my motion, because I made the motion, motion number 59 of January 15th, 2025. So I would like to make a motion to rescind, maybe not rescind that. I would like to make a motion to amend, I would like to make a motion to amend the code, the IRB code, and restore it back to what it originally was, and that would be under 7701-05, Section D. And it says, in the new code, it says this code may apply to research or surveys, et cetera. To restore it back to the original wording where it says this code does not apply to research or
Second.
surveys.
Motion from Bikuli, second from Haipa, and question from Enemy Swim. Lindsay, did you get all that? Can, she'll work on the motion to read what you would like, and then we'll just confirm with you on making sure she wrote it correctly.
Okay, thank you, council.
Wait, wait.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Mutesa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
One more thing from Bikuli.
I'd like to make another motion that resolution number SWO-25-003 be amended where this change may also be applicable. Yeah. I don't know that there's anything in this resolution that applies that needs to be changed, but it could be reviewed, and if it's applicable, if this former motion is applicable to this resolution, that those changes also be amended in the resolution.
Second.
Second from Haiba and question from Enemy Swim.
I have a question, Diane and Tammy. You would like legal to review that for the language? Would that be part of that? As part of our motion to have legal to review it? They did. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Mutesa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Dippo? Can you use your mic, please?
May 28th. She made a typo. Okay. Once, what, that it would be corrected? Okay. So while they're passing out that paperwork, I also wanted, so on the other contract for Woyukcha, there is a typo in there, and I didn't catch it, and I don't think that legal caught it either. But, so I'm asking for a motion to approve as long as we change that to, that the date, that the work would be completed by September 13th of 2026, because it says 2024. So it's after, it's, should have been done. But anyway, that would be my request to approve it with that correction made. Pardon me? Oh, that's, I didn't give you the copies because I only had one copy. I can make copies for you, pending. Yes. Okay. Yeah, back to that, just so we can get that part done. Yeah, as long as we change, we will, I'll get it fixed right away.
Enemy Swim?
Diane, what was the dates on that?
So it would be, so it would read, it says the work shall be completed on or before December 31st, 2026. The work will commence on May 28th, 2025, and will be completed on or by September 13th, 2024 is how it reads, but it's supposed to read 2026.
So I have a quick question. Who developed the first booklet? Can you use your mic? Thank you. Oh, yes.
Can I, since I just brought that up about this, are we going to make a motion? Because you guys didn't motion on it yet.
Sorry.
Do you want, will you? Or the consultant agreement? Yep, with the data, the dates change. Okay.
Motion from Enemy Swim.
Second.
Okay, so I say second from Old Agency and question from Long Hollow. You guys gotta start yelling, figure out who's first.
Yes. Myrna Thompson? Yes. Wanda Barnes?
Yes.
Francis Crawford?
Yes.
Wendell Rydell?
Yes.
Janelle Cook? Yes. Gabriel Montesa?
Yes.
Madam Vice Chairman?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The Tribal Archives has put in front of you a copy of our Ihana Oyakapi, as well as a brief history of Sisseton Wahpeton. And some of you may recall this writing. This was done during, I'm sure, Robert Shepard, but also Mike Salvage. A lot of his writing, along with Ed, goes into this document. I'm sure Dustina played a big part in that history too. And then, of course, Ihana Oyakapi, which most people are familiar with. What I'm approaching you with here is a solution to the North Dakota Tribal History book or textbook that has been an ongoing project. I put together a letter. The first letter here kind of spells out the details of it. Now, this was done by the Education Department, the scope of work, and I know some of you are probably familiar with that grant. And we have met with Dr. Johnson and others in regard to the content in the draft. The content in the draft, for a number of reasons, we feel, it's in conflict with our tribal history. Certain narratives are in conflict with our sister tribe, Spirit Lake, and I do have a blind review of that draft along with what we feel are errors and not consistent with how we've always told our history, not to mention as far as curriculum. Now, I put in front of you also letters from Elijah Black Thunder, and those letters speak to the original project that is Ihana Oyakapi. It was done very much like this current project with United Sioux Tribes, and it was for the purposes of educating in our public schools. And what I read in Elijah Black Thunder's letters, and it's vast, I just shared one prominent one. He did incredible work. It's incredible work. And Ihana Oyakapi, Madam Chairwoman, brought this over to the Tribal Archives in this form. When you go through it, and all of it is available in the reprint, it has the entire curriculum that can be used in the form that I believe North Dakota is looking for. And then if we were to add on to the modern portion of it, we could utilize this. And I had alerted North Dakota, as well as everybody through email, we've all been on emails, that Ihana Oyakapi is digitalized. I went ahead and sent that up there just for them to take a look at it. And the other is some of the points, I'm trying to make this super brief. Some of the points that I think are really important is you've just seen where we are asking for a contract in this goal of building a visitor center, a museum. And part of that is defining our narrative, taking control of our cultural history by telling our own story. So how we tell that story is really, really important. Unfortunately, this project faced a really short timeline. And I believe there was a lot of effort went into it, but I believe that it needs more work. I think we can utilize some of that in the future, but really put together, like the press release said, you know, to update the book, to write a history book for SWO would take 2 years. And it needs to be vetted. It needs to have community engagement. All of those things are spelled out in the letters with Elijah Black Thunder in the original Ihana Woyakapi. And also the editing, those staff people that would be able to edit as well as do the other portions of it. Because North Dakota is only going to do a copy edit, which is like typos or how it's set. The content, they cannot make any changes to it. If you'd like, I didn't want to overburden you with paperwork, but we do have a list of the review if you'd like to see some of that. I did send out the link to everybody. It had come to my attention that Tribal Council had not seen it. And so sending out the link, that was really the only forum that was given to me too, so that people could view it. My proposal is to utilize Ihana Woyakapi, which looks very much like the book that Standing Rock has, that was built, put together, same project at the same time. And they currently use theirs and are updating it. And I really feel, just in the interest of time, to meet their deadline so that Sisseton and Wahpeton can be a part of the efforts in North Dakota to have our tribal histories in public classrooms, that we can put together Ihana Woyakapi and use some of the material in this. And this is really, really well done. I think the important points are that this is established history for SWO. And, you know, that's really what we're looking for, even when we go as far as the building of a museum. How we tell our history is incredibly important. I did share the Oyate tourism. Again, you know, there's a great deal of work that goes into the writing in these, and whether it's North Dakota or South Dakota. And so I think that we owe it to our tribal community, our ancestors and others, Mr. Black Thunder, Chairman Salvage, Robert Shepherd, and others, to be able to put enough time and investment, you know, put enough work into it if we want to do a whole new book from scratch. But for now, we can utilize their work and honor them all by adding the update to Ihana Woyakapi and sending that up to North Dakota for this project.
Bikuli?
Okay. I agree. You know, I think we need to do exactly that. Put the narrative out there, own it, and support it. And I'm wondering, what type of motion do you need? How do we stop the production and distribution of the one that we want to work on more later?
And I want to remind you that we are in communication with Dr. Johnson and with that particular draft. I believe that according to the emails and communication between Mr. Ashbury, myself, and Dr. Johnson, that they're open to that. We've hit it at just the right time. It has not been printed yet, and we would be able to do this swap. There's a couple of other concerns, but, there's nothing that I think would hinder this from happening to insert Ihana Woyakapi and do an update. I would do that myself, so it's not burdensome to anybody else. But to just basically a motion to support this proposal.
I'll make that motion to support the proposal before us today and to utilize the Ihana Woyakapi as the public instruction book for the 8th grade class. Or is it K through 12?
It's actually K through 12, and then to the universities. If you look at the press release, they intend to use it broader than that.
Okay, so that is my motion, then we will replace that draft with the original Ihana Woyakapi. And is there anything else I need to add in my motion that you can see?
I don't think so. It'll still be, and just a reminder, Diane's saying that, and we would like to continue to work with the draft in the future, incorporate some of those things at the time of the next update. So, but I don't believe that's a part of the project overall. All tribes get to work on updating their history in the future.
Maybe add to my motion then that the present textbook that is in North Dakota be placed on hold until further notice. Would that suffice?
I think so. It really is just swapping it out and replacing it with Ihana Woyakapi.
Motion from Bikuli. Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Good, because a young man that's doing this, I think that we should remember that he made put a good effort into doing this and to continue to recognize him and support him, also to keep him in mind in continuing this.
Thank you, Marie, because his heart is in the right place
Yes.
and he's on the right track for the historical information that he's gathering.
So for what some had missed was that we still support the young man who started who was working on the draft project. So yeah, sorry, he missed what you said. But motion on the floor. Second from Haipa. And question from Long Hollow.
Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Whitfield Wendell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Professor,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. I do have a quick question. I was informed that the draft was sent out to some homes. So my question is, does it say draft or is it passed out as if it was completed?
You know, we have not had any knowledge of that. I think we did share and I'll explain how I wound up in the middle of this. That draft, along with the letters related to this project, was given to me when I was up in North Dakota. And there was an assumption that I had produced this. and Spirit Lake had some questions on that. So I do not know exactly. I've heard that there have been some printing and distribution of it, but according to what North Dakota is telling me, they have not printed it yet. If it is printed locally and utilized, I think we could all support that. But for the purposes of a curriculum and with this project, not. But I don't know.
Thank you. Anything else from the poll?
No, that's enough.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to request a motion to approve their report. Motion from Long Hollow and second from Enemy Swim. Question from Lake Traverse.
Yes.
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 I'll get it to you as soon as I get it.
We'll go ahead and get.
Are we ready? Okay.
Construction first.
We'll start out with the easy one, the pay requests. First one is pay app 24 for Donlar Construction in the amount of 626,766.68, and that's for the jail. They're the general contractors on the jail, in case anybody's drawing a blank. And that's their monthly pay request for work in place.
Can you repeat that? Which one are you on?
Pay request, pay app 24, the AIA documents. The first, yeah, like I say, this is just the first one.
Motion.
Motion from O Agency.
I'll just bring these up.
Here, so, but here, here's that motion.
Question from
63. Yes.
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 Next is pay application number 19 for Construction Development, Inc. for the amount of $20,000. That's the on-site quality control. And that's just a monthly pay request as well.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Yes.
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 The next little packet there is the pass-through tax funds on educational projects that was asked and inquired about. So I did do some research and found out why and how it came to be. So I don't need a motion or anything on that. It's just information that was requested. And then next is the first large packet. The date on it is May 27, 2025. And it is a scope of work for additional funding on the jail project of $507,000 for the project management and the quality control representatives over there. EAPC is the project management team, and CDI, who we just approved their pay app, is the on-site quality control. This is just the scope of work. The modification will come from BIA, and basically we're asking to approve the modification for chairman's signature so we can draw those funds down as soon as possible. Correct?
And this is due to the extension of what, 10, 11 months?
Yeah.
For a couple of the hiccups that happened through the detention centers. So EAPC needs additional monthly invoices for all that additional time.
Do Mark Van Norman. Do Mark.
Right, because of the water tower change and the reflected ceiling changes, those extended the contract length. So, of course, with a longer contract, you need to pay the employees longer, so.
And originally, I'd spoken to you about using contingency funds, and we thought that's what the route we were gonna go to. But BIA was, wanted us to do a change in the scope of the work instead and do it that way.
Motion to approve.
Question?
To comment, Madam Vice Chair. So Russ, is the BIA gonna cover the cost of this then?
Yes, that's why we're in kind of a hurry, is the money is waiting for us to draw it down. So like I say, this is just the scope of work. They will take this scope of work and put it into a modification and then send that to us for chairman's signature.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes? Yes. Patrick Crawford?
Yes.
Whitfield Rondell?
Yes.
Janelle Cook? Yes. Stephen Lopez?
Yes.
Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Madam Vice Chairman? Thank you.
So I also handed out to you, there's two EAPC addendums. One's dated March 7th, the other's dated April 7th. So the the scope of work that you just approved includes the amount for these addendums. But we like to have the addendums approved via motion. That way, if we ever need to find them, we can. Because we won't find them if we just look at scope of work. So the first one would be AIA Document C-172, Program Manager Contract Addendum, with an increase of $67,000.
With chairman's.
Signature authority, yeah.
Motion.
Motion from Ode Agency. Second from, oh, I'm sorry. Bikuli. And question from Ron Hollow.
Gabriel Contessa?
Yes.
Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Marta Thompson?
Yes.
Wanda Barnes? Yes. Patrick Crawford?
Yes.
Whitfield Rondell?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Madam Vice Chairman?
So the second one is dated April 7th. It's the AIA document C-172 addendum for the quality assurance representative contract with an increase of $440,000 with the chairman's signature authority.
Motion.
Gabriel Compesta,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Wendell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. Lindsay, what was that motion number? Thank you.
Ne-
Okay, go ahead.
Next will be the modification with the date of March 27th, 2025. And basically, once again, this is a scope of work, so that modification number would be changed to modification 8 when we receive it from BIA. But it's to accept $1,043,000 to design and construct two-bedroom duplex employee quarter units. So we're planning on putting 2 duplexes over, well, kind of by Soberville over here where them modulars are currently. We're planning on putting 2 duplexes in there for staff of the jail. And BIA is paying for it once again. They're giving us $1 million to do it. Well, I mean, that was preliminary site, so I mean, if you guys wanna make a motion to put it somewhere else, we can. Or we can discuss it at a round table or something. Like I say, that was just kind of preliminary site stuff, because it's real close to the jail, and this would kind of be like for emergency staff. If they have an emergency there, they have to get there pretty quick, so we don't want to put them up in Big Coulee and have them try to drive through the snow and stuff if there's an emergency.
Winfield Wendell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Gabriel
Yes.
Compesta, Cheryl Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Okay, that's all I got. I can,
You have to stay here, though.
uh-oh.
I have 2 contracts for the powwow. One of them's the Kirk's Lawn and Landscaping Services. They'll be doing the trash and in the amount of $8,950.
So move.
Gabriel Compesta,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Wendell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. Yeah. Lindsay, sorry to ask you again, was that motion number 45? 47, okay. So the next one I have is for the powwow. It's for Dakota Services, the security for the powwow. And that number, the amount is $8,400.
Gabriel Compesta,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen. Yes. Marion Thompson?
Yes.
Wanda Barnes? Yes. Francis Crawford?
Yes.
William Mandel?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
I am Vice Chair. Thank you.
Sorry. And then the final one is I brought you a copy of the addendum for a contract for Vice Chair's office. I did not review this, Megan did, but it has been through legal. I believe you guys were talking about it earlier, so.
So this is the contract for the new audit prepper for fiscal 2023. The 8-man team. Motion from Haipa, second from Enemy Swim, and question from Long Hollow.
William Mandel?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa?
Yes.
Cheryl Owen? Yes. Marion Thompson?
Yes.
Wanda Barnes?
Yes.
Francis Crawford?
Yes.
I am Vice Chair.
Thank you. All right, can you use the mic, please? Sorry, we couldn't hear you too well last time. Well, Haipa couldn't.
I would just like to make a comment regarding the powwow. I think maybe next year, after this powwow is over, that whoever is going to be on that committee, that you start having them do fundraising. So a lot of that isn't falling back on the tribe. When we have to do something regarding our bringing our remains back, ancestral remains back, we do our own fundraising. We don't come to the tribe and ask them for help. So I think that this is something that should be looked at, that the powwow committee should start doing fundraising. So not all of that is falling on the tribe, and a lot of that money can be used for something else. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also actually have a comment on that. Previous council did have a meeting with the powwow committee and discussed the same concerns as you do. I believe with that, they raised, was it 30,000, 25,000? I believe they raised 25 to 30,000 last year for last year's powwow, and I believe they were supposed to do the same things, but they're doing the same thing as of right now as well, but I don't know the specifics, and I don't know how much they raised this year so far. But yes, we had the same concerns as well. Thank you. Sorry.
I didn't have anything else.
All right, with that, can we go ahead and approve legal office's report?
Motion.
Motion from Enemy Swim? Second. Second from Old Agency, and question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
Marion Thompson?
Yes.
Wanda Barnes?
Yes.
Francis Crawford?
Yes.
William Mandel?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa?
Yes.
I am Vice Chair. Thank you.
Actually, I have a quick motion since we're waiting.
I do too, after you.
Okay. So, building administration would like to, I'd like to request a motion for purchase of, they're basically soundproof rugs. I don't know what they're actually called, but soundproofing rugs in the amount of $16,825 with Hillard, with the administration building budget. So last year, I don't know if you were here for general council, we had nice black rugs to cover the floor, and it assisted with the sound and the microphones and the speakers and all that good stuff. So it was a small improvement. So we are purchasing our own. We had to borrow Tio Shwazina's last year, the last 2 times. So this is just us purchasing our own for general council. So motion from Long Hollow. Second from Bikuli, and question from Enemy Swim. Oh, also Sole Source. Can we add Sole Source on there?
Janelle Cook. Yes. Gabriel Costa.
Yes.
Cheryl Owens. Yes. Maria Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes. Yes. Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Rachel Randall.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. And then Bikuli has comment?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that approval be granted to the CHR program staff for their per diem registration fees and lodging for the CHR conference being held at the Dakota Magic Casino from June 9th through the 12th, 2025.
My only comment on that is the tribal secretary did not approve that travel because it does not follow the travel policy and the accounting manual. So I do want to state that it was denied from, I believe it's the tribal secretary. So I just want to make that comment.
My whole purpose for that is it brings notoriety to the tribe, and they've not had one late report in over 50 years, and all these other tribes are coming, and it's an opportunity for the staff, because they never get to go anywhere. They don't do anything except work, so it's an opportunity for them to meet with these other tribes and just relax and enjoy each other's company, and for them to have to drive back and forth on the daily is just going to be harder for them to commingle like that. So I wanted to make that motion to, I mean, it's been done before, you know, it's been done for council where we've stayed up there, and is that against the accounting manual? I don't know, but I think precedent has been set. That's my motion.
Motion on the floor from Bikuli. Second from Long Hollow. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
Wanda Barnes.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Randall.
Yes.
Janelle Cook. Yes. Gabriel Costa.
Yes.
Cheryl Owens.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. So just to inform you, you overrode a tribal secretary administrative, which is an administrative issue, and the budget is not covering, it did not have $11,000, which was requested to also change. So I believe it was about 11,300 or something like that. So we are going to have to adjust the budget. So possibility coming in front of you all again next month to adjust IHS budgets. So I just wanted to clarify that for you all. With that, DCA is on the agenda. So DCA, you have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, council executives. First, Travis would like to introduce USD.
Metake tokialak chi wopila chi chapalo, iuha chante washte nape chuza papalo, Damon Leader Charge Amachiab, Chichanga Ogolala Lakota Hemie, USD Director of Tribal Relations and also Assistant Director of Diversity and Inclusion at the University Sanford School of Medicine. Diane Wachianke, it's great to see you all. I greet you with a heartfelt handshake. I really appreciate Travis for inviting us. When I called him yesterday and said that we wanted to come and visit, he said, "You want to come here?" I said, "Of course we wanted to come here." And he said, "Well, why don't you come and welcome our leadership?" So we really appreciate him inviting us. We started a TIPO gathering about 3 years ago. 2 years ago. And we would have had our third annual last May. We did have Diane and her contingency there 2 years ago. It was such a success. We did it through some private funding called the Doris Duke Charitable Foundation Revitalization Project. And our leadership thought it was so great that they institutionalized it. We were getting bigger and bigger. We had the Nebraska tribes join the South Dakota tribes from the first year to the last year. In a really good way, we got it pushed to September, so that's why we're here, following up leadership and the TIPO directors. We were at Standing Rock and Cheyenne River last week. We hit up Flanger this morning, and now we're here this afternoon within your homelands. And it's just, again, putting that personable touch on what we're trying to do there. The reason why I say it's such a success that we're pushed to do this in September is whatever leadership and/or tribal directors that come to the University of South Dakota are going to be able to see our students, and vice versa. Our students will be able to see those you all, TIPO directors, doing some really powerful work, but we're all getting up there in age, and I'd really like to see some strong seeds planted within our students there at the university to come back. You guys have Sean. She's a alum of the law school. That's that two-way road where you get educated, you come home, and you help your people. So just wanted to say that much. Really appreciate all the work you do. Ke wopi la tanka apelo. Thank you all. And I'll let my coworker introduce herself.
Hello, my relatives. My name is Elise Boxer. I forget how short I am. Let me lower it. My name is Elise Boxer. I am Dakota. I am Sisseton and Wahpeton, but enrolled citizen of Fort Peck, Soonis, and the Boyne Tribes. I wear two hats at the University of South Dakota. One as an associate professor. I have a PhD in history, and I lead our Native American Studies program. And then the other hat I wear is as director for the Institute of American Indian Studies. And we are just coming to visit tribal nations to introduce ourselves, and I'm introducing specifically our Institute of American Indian Studies. We collaborate with the TIPO gathering, which we'll be doing in this coming fall, but also I'm interested in just reaching out to tribal nations so that we can work collaboratively in some ways, whether we come here to your community and bring our students to learn from you, or if there's people who are interested in coming to USD, specifically cultural artists, etc. We always welcome people to come in and share their areas of expertise, especially cultural knowledge holders, and language speakers, etc. But we're just trying to create a space that is welcoming for both our students and then your students and your communities as well at the University of South Dakota.
Thank you both for coming.
Achatu. Wopila.
DCA, you may continue with your report.
Okay, we're gonna go with enemy swim first. It's not first on your report, but he has to leave, so.
Good afternoon, council, executives. We had our regular district meeting, May 22nd, 2025. Motion to accept memberships, adults, Karina Ray Seeley, Louisa Merle Newton, Ohichika Charles Achamble, Ulissa Maribel Delora, Tristan Dean Bisnet, and the youth, Wachizawin Heminger, Remy Bella K. Bernard. Motion number 4 to approve Joe Roberts' resignation from the Teoshpa-Zena Tribal Board, our school board. Motion 5 to open nominations for Teoshpa-Zena board, our school board members. To seat Noreen, motion number 7 to seat Noreen Mallory as Teoshpa-Zena Tribal School Board member. Motion number 8 to give authority to the Human Service Board and Police Commissioners to apply and submit for grants. Motion number 9 to give authority back to the Reservation Planning Department and to be productive with grant writing. Motion number 10 to have tribal attorney assigned to handle tax issues as needed. Motion number 12, to add spiritual community justice to chapter 21, which adds one spiritual leader selected from each district to address issues within the tribe and entities. Motion number 13, to have council hold BIA accountable if lands were surveyed improperly, specifically lands around Picker Lake, Enemy Swim, and Buffalo Lake. Motion 24, to set up nation provider identification, NPI, for the districts for billing and reimbursement for members on Medicaid for travel they receive from the district for medical. That's all I have. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Enemy Swim.
Second.
Second from Bikuli. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 I have a quick question. So is districts, so I was just going through your minutes. Does districts make the personnel committee, even though they're no longer a board, report to the districts? Because I see Enemy Swim, I just missed them too. I see Enemy Swim's making one of the managers report just because she's from Enemy Swim, but I guess that's a question is, oh, okay then. All right, thank you.
Okay, going to Bikuli.
I think we had the most motions this month, so bear with us. In regards to the college, that they do not shelf the nursing program, we'd had some long discussion about that in Bikuli, both between the registrar, who is Selena Stone Arrow, who's from Bikuli District. I didn't know that, but she was there as the registrar, and our college board trustee member had I think it was a good discussion. I think that there was some clarifications between the two of them, but I think the district got a better picture of the college overall because of their conversation. But that was Bikuli's action. Motion number 3 was to cancel all non-Indian hunting licenses for all seasons effective immediately. That's in regards to Dave Argo killing Reggie Horn. Motion number 4, that the System Optin Housing Authority and all programs under the System Optin Housing Authority get a forensic audit report back to 2020. To direct Eric Shepard, System Optin Housing Authority Executive Director, that he be required to provide monthly reports to Tribal Council, and that is in person. That's not just simply a written report, that he be here to make his report. Motion number 6 is that no waivers of tax and TERO tribal law be granted for the Section 17 corporations, both Aya and Pattaya. Motion number 7, that all entities provide all contract amounts to the tax office. Motion number 11 was to cancel all of Dave Argo's BIA and tribal leases permanently, effective the end of this growing season. Motion number 16, that we amend the gas policy amount to elderly rates as they were all decreased as well. And I believe, Madam Vice Chair, you'd clarified this a little bit the last time we were all here on Tuesday of last week. And then we had a couple of relinquishments in motion number 19, or 1. That was Millette Eastman. She is going to Haipa. Motion number 20 was to approve youth requests. That was Clara Frenier, Harley Rodland, Bo Edgar, Buckley Edgar, and Olivia Dakota, or Dakota. Motion number 21 to approve adult membership. And Myrna, correct me if I'm wrong, but these 2 were there, but I thought there were 3 more that were like added. They just brought their applications in that night. Do you recall that? I thought there was a total of 5. Okay, but we'll read these 2 into the record for sure, and then we'll clarify that on our own at Bikuli. And that is Alexis Edgar and Daniel Torres. And then motion number 27 is that the tribe adopt South Dakota Codified Law 22-18-4, which is stand your ground. We don't have a stand your ground on the Lake Traverse Reservation, and this would provide for that. And that is it for Bikuli, Madam Vice Chair.
Just for clarification on motion number 27, I believe we want to put a stand your ground law in our tribal code to model it after the South Dakota codified law. With that correction or revision, I would make a motion to approve.
Motion from Bikuli. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Buffalo Lake.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Randall,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, going to Long Hollow.
Good afternoon, council and executive. Long Hollow District had their meeting May 15th. Motion 11 to leave Dakota 7 dispensary where it is currently located. Motion 12 to rescind motion 30 from April 8th, 2025 council meeting. Motion 13 to freeze all SWO travel projects until we know more of what the U.S. government is doing about funding issues. Motion 15 to freeze SWO tribal council and execs travel until the U.S. government unfreezes funding. Motion 17 to rescind motion 73 regarding elderly from May 6, 2025. Motion 25 to approve youth membership as listed. Motion 26 to approve youth to adult as listed. Motion 27 to approve new membership as listed. And motion 30 for the tribe to purchase 2 4-bedroom modular homes for the warming house at $85,000 apiece. And that's all from Long Hollow.
Second from Bikuli.
Question.
Question from Haifa. Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Randall,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Okay, going to Buffalo Lake.
Good afternoon, council and exec. Buffalo Lake District had their regular meeting May 22nd. Motion 2 to reconsider a more reasonable and fair loan through BIA for the Law Enforcement Center due to potential funding cuts next year. Motion 9 to approve youth membership as listed. Motion 12 to approve adult membership as listed. Motion 16 to cancel all of Argo's leases due to the incident that happened with Reginald Horn. That's all Buffalo Lake had.
Motion to accept Buffalo Lake District minutes?
Second.
Wanda Barnes,
Yes.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Winfield Randall,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Myrna Thompson,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Okay, we're going to Old Agency.
Good afternoon, council and exec. We had our May regular district meeting, Monday, May 19th. Motion number 7 to cancel the Argo lease as a statement. And then we kind of bundled up a whole bunch of stuff into motion 8. Motion to recommend the cancellation of tribal lease agreement with Argo. Joint motion to establish a moratorium on agricultural leases to non-native entities and to develop a cancellation timeline for existing non-native leases. Motion to advocate for the establishment of a stand your ground law for the Old Agency District and Assistant Wapaton Oyate. Establishment of a civil rights office under the Assistant Wapaton Oyate tribal government. Motion to recommend the dissolution of the Oyate Planning Office and the establishment of a Sisseton, Wapaton, and Oyate Department of Agriculture. We had one motion, motion 14 to relinquishment, Jenny Payne. And then we had youth relinquishments of Michael Payne, Bryce Renville, Philip Payne, Gabriel Payne, and Floki Payne. And that's it.
Motion to approve all agency district. Yes.
Carol Owen. Yes. Myrna Thompson.
Yes.
Wanda Vern.
Yes.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Winfield Randall.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, motion passes.
Okay, today's issue is, we have 3 districts cancel all Dave Argo's BIA and tribal leases. And I know Haipa, we haven't had our meeting till June 8th, but I know we're coming in with the same motion. But I'd like to call on Bikuli Chairman to talk about his motion.
So it's been a month since Reggie was killed. I don't want that to be equivocated that there was an incident. He was killed. Since then, talking about this issue, I know that Dave Argo leases a considerable amount of land, both from the BIA and from the tribe, and it's going to be an administrative handful to get our hands around that tribally as to what do we do, how do we keep it productive. We'd had this conversation internally at the DCA yesterday, and I had the conversation with the tribal chairman since Reggie was killed about canceling the leases of Dave Argo and the Argos and their affiliates. And we've got plenty of equipment. There are 3 tractors at tribal roads that could be used to farm. The hydraulic attachments and hoses are the same for a scraper bucket as they are for a chisel plow or a planter or a fertilizer. So I think we've got the equipment. I think that under the former realty director and the current realty director, I think they've taken a big step in farming some of our own land. I think it's probably about 1,200 or 1,300 acres this year. I think this is probably going to quadruple that if my math is right in regards to the amount of land that Dave Argo leases. But I believe we've got the equipment to do it. I think if we need to figure out a mechanism whereby we joint venture with somebody, as Ole Agency has indicated is an option, I think that's a good option. I think we can do as much as we can on our own, but to where we may be at the top end of our capacities, maybe we look at a joint venture with somebody to do it on a corporate level.
My only question is, I understand, because it was brought up, it was in a discussion with some of the executives. I know council just approved a new policy on cancellations of leases, so my only concern is working with legal to ensure it's done properly if it is passed, just because I don't personally want him to try to come after us for violating whatever the agreement was, to come after us for canceling the agreement. That's my only concern for the legal aspect of it, and I think Sean already left, so that's just my big concern is the legal aspect of the canceling of the leases. So that's my own comment.
I don't think anybody wants to put the tribe in jeopardy. I think we just want to make it clear that we want his leases canceled, however we get there.
At Ole Agency, we carried on a pretty lengthy debate about this issue. And we talked about everything you guys are concerned about, the legal aspect of it, different things like that. But, you know, when you look at the history of the tribe, and I think we all know that in our treaty, it's based upon agriculture. And for all the various reasons throughout history, we got away from that.
I say a lot of it has to do with capitalization and being able to get loans from banks to buy seed and equipment and to keep up with technology. Because what we've seen, and you guys all know that, it's turned to large family or large corporate farms across the country. And with the amount of acreage we have, I say we could probably be one of the largest farms in the whole country, really, if we got back to that. So how do we get there? Number one, from a solution standpoint, is coming up with a really good plan. So that's why you see that motion at Oil Agency that we talk about planning, because I don't know what they plan anymore. You know, I know talk about some things, but I think agricultural would be a really good plan for us. I think it's our best, greatest asset and resources going forward when we talk about the next 7 generations type of planning. So having a good plan in place to go forward, and we have the resources around us. You have some of the best agricultural minds in the world sitting an hour away from us in South Dakota State University and North Dakota State University. I think with those type of minds coming together and helping, and when Scott said joint venture, I know there's huge corporate farms around that just go and help big landowners like we are take control and ownership of their land and reap the equity out of it. It could be tremendous to know that number. I would like to know the number, what it would look like, and then implementing a plan into, again, putting a moratorium on there, and then having a plan. And it sounds like it's already in action. Sounds like you guys did a few acres, and then last year it increased. And then, I think it's a good time to accelerate that plan and take it very serious. And that's the good debate we had about it. One of our elders, Vine, talked about how the Washichu farmers used to come to John Cloud Sr. to understand what to plant and when to plant and how to plant it back in the days. I think we could do that again, especially with the technology that's out there as far as agriculture and agribusiness. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, I understand the process when you have, three districts coming in, 4 districts coming in, but I want to comment on this. If they're airship properties, then that's the responsibility of the landowner to cancel that lease. The BIA only negotiates when the landowner doesn't want to cancel themselves or they don't want to negotiate themselves. Number 2, what did Dave Argo do? He wasn't behind the weapon that was fired. Number 3, Dave Argo and family was also honorary pallbearers for this individual, our tribal member, our relative. So what's the reason behind these motions? That's all I gotta say, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you.
And we talked about this too, and I left it up to the family member in my own conversations about this, Representative Councilmember Francis. She's afraid that this thing will get swept under the rug. I think this action here that we took at our districts really is a call for help and addressing the trauma that we feel, that I felt personally as a district chairman. And I know my district membership felt they're all over the place. They're angry, they're mad, they're upset, they're sad, they're grieving, all at the same time. So we talked about this and said, if anything, we need to make this as a statement for our own mental and behavioral health. That's a reason. Number 2, we did approve a letter at Oil Agency District to send an executive memo from me to the execs, Chairman Renville, Secretary Bissonette, and Lexi Fancher Lincoln. Did you guys receive that? Regarding providing mental health services to the district, free mental health services to the community right now. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but that should be, a plan like that should be put into place going forward as well. I think we all need that, and I hear it from DCA, from our chairman last night. You know, it honestly breaks my heart. So I think more than anything, Francis, it's a statement. I also would like to say one thing that we talked about at Old Agency District as well was the sovereign authority that we have when you talk about breaking leases and things like that. When things like this happen, we have the sovereign authority to enact codes on farming our land, spraying phosphates, spraying pesticides. We can't even fish in some of our lakes nowadays. You can only eat one fish, I heard this past year at one of our lakes. So there is ways that we could do things. And I think it starts really with addressing the behavioral health issues. I know the sister is grieving right now. She wants action. She doesn't want this swept under the rug. So I think that's the intent of why you're seeing it from 3 different districts. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, you know, the whole thing is, you know, you want to make a statement based on reaction right now. But what about coming back to fix the reaction after the fact? You know, the investigation's not complete yet. And I'm pretty sure Chairman Renville is going to be addressing the issues once the investigation's complete with the governor of South Dakota. You know, I mean, there's always repercussions, you know, and I understand that. Reggie's a relative of mine, you know, but I see it, you know, like I said, you read Reggie's obituary. David Argo was an honorary pallbearer and family. You know, it wasn't Dave Argo that did this to our member and our family member. You know, but here we are reacting, then we'll have to come back later on and fix what we reacted to.
We do that quite a bit.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
I appreciate those observations. The 2 people were on that road that day. One can't say what happened because he's dead. Do I think that Dave Argo played a role in this? I do. I know I'm on YouTube. I don't care. I hope you're watching, Dave. I think he was provoking a response from Reggie, knowing Reggie, as we all do. He may not have wanted Reggie dead, but I don't think he's mourning Reggie. That's why Dave Argo, Francis. No action. Who called that trapper? You? Charlene?
All right, so with that, there's 3 districts, from my understanding, that's requested a motion. Any motion from tribal council? Big Cooley.
I think we do need some backup documentation to support our action. I know my district made that motion, and I want to support my district, but I believe we need some fact-finding related to Dave Argo's role in this whole beaver trapper being on Reginald Horn's personal property, private property, and I would like to know why the tribal and BIA protocol wasn't followed when they knew better, and they followed it before. Why not that day? And I know he already planted, it's growing season, but I think we do need some fact-finding evidence to back up this action. And I do support the family, I do support my district. I just don't want to make any, I mean, I probably should make the motion that we cancel Dave Argo's agricultural lease after the growing season, before next growing season, if we find out that it is warranted by any documentation that we receive, and after the investigation, the federal investigation is completed. That's my motion.
Can you rephrase that? I'm sorry,
I make a motion that we do cancel Dave Argo's agricultural lease after the growing season and before next growing season. If it is determined that he made the contact to get the beaver trapper onto Reginald's property and they failed to follow the tribal and the BIA process of contact where they would have escorted him out onto that property. And after the federal investigation is completed, we have time. But that's my motion, to cancel those if that's the fact-finding evidence that we get.
motion from Bikuli. If there's no second, motion died. Lake Traverse, you had a comment? No, okay. DCA?
Anybody have anything else? I do have one issue that I'd like to speak to council about, but if you can turn the camera off. You don't have to go in exec session, I just want the camera off.
I've got something that I'd like to talk about that I don't mind the camera being on.
Okay.
We'd had a nice visit with the sheriff last night.
Okay.
Sheriff Apple. And this issue had come up a little bit, and he was expressing his frustration about the lack of, or the perceived lack of progress on the federal part. He said he was there the entire time that Reggie was there. And he said, even though he knew it wasn't a state issue, he affirmatively contacted DCI just to be extra eyes and ears there. And so DCI did come, they made contact with the lead FBI agent on site, and the lead FBI agent appreciated the extension of offer of service. They did work together collaboratively to work the site, and that sounds so clinical. But nonetheless, we had a good conversation. There's a couple things that we'd like to continue to visit with the sheriff on in regards to cultural sensitivity, jurisdictional issues, MOU possibly with the tribe as to how we proceed on issues of the checkerboard. That came up, I don't know, 10 times, 10, 15 times last night, the checkerboard and how challenging that is. And we were saying affirmatively that that's not just a challenge for the sheriff's guys, it's a challenge for our guys too. I mean, checkerboards, it's crazy. I mean, I worked with Alva, I understand the checkerboard and looking at the plat book and everything. So again, I think we had a really good conversation with the sheriff last night, and we extended an offer for him to come back, maybe even more regularly, to just continue a conversation and a dialogue. And I had referred him back to when I had worked for Chairman Flute, that we were doing interagency conversations in regards to drugs, and that was with DCI, the Highway Patrol, the city police, the sheriff, and tribal law enforcement. And that was really productive because, again, it was non-confrontational, there wasn't a camera on, it was just trying to find solutions that are confronting all of our communities, and that's what we're trying to do. He had pointed out that there was an incident some years ago, and I don't remember it, where 17 pounds of fentanyl were found. It originated from a stop in Lake Traverse District along the Lake Road. A tribal officer and a county officer just happened to be sitting on the approach talking, and they see a vehicle go by, and they're like, huh, that looks interesting. And they both agreed that that looked interesting, so they proceeded to follow the vehicle. It resulted in a legitimate stop. The legitimate stop resulted in the seizure of 17 pounds of fentanyl. I mean, so they are working together. I think what I'd heard the sheriff say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that though both sides of the aisle are trying to work together, they're not covered by an MOU. So they would like to work together more closely and cooperatively, recognizing our sovereignty, but they would also like to have some paper to cover the officers who are out there on the ground. And I think that's worth exploring.
Thank you.
Okay, who's over police commission? Okay, so I think when I'm done here, I'll probably just visit with Myrna. And, okay. So I don't need to go off camera.
Okay. Mikuli?
Is there a motion to have a civil rights office? That motion was made 2 years ago?
2019.
6 years ago? I'd like to make a motion to reaffirm that motion from 2019 to open a civil rights office, to find the funding for one position.
Okay, motion from Bikuli. I just wanted to make a comment. Sorry, I didn't know if I should make the comment now. But the comment was that last month we did tell DCA that the plan between the executives was to add funding in the legal department's budget, specifically for the civil rights position. So we are working on the funding for the one position. But yes, you can continue with the motion of, there's a motion from Bikuli. Second from Lake Traverse. Question from Haipa. Is it regarding the, why does this read the motion, count the motion? Okay. Okay, we're gonna count real fast and then you can have the microphone. We'll go ahead and count.
Yes.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Gabriel Contessa,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Savannah, go ahead.
Hamadakapi, Savannah Flute. So I just kind of got on YouTube and somebody mentioned to me, they're talking about my cousin Reggie with his death. But I think that in the scope of things, I know my cousin Mary Horn really feels that there's a lot of injustice. But there's one thing we have to remember working with MMIW and with in Indian country is actually with any case that goes federal is that it seems that once it goes federal, you work with criminal investigator, FBI, we end up losing track of where everything is at. We're kind of like left out. And I think that is a concern that Mary has with who's gonna help them. How are they gonna find out what's going on? I mean, it feels like that there's silence and this needs to change. And who do we get to be that voice of change, to be the voice for some of our people? Because Reggie's not the only one. We have, you know, in my line of work, we worked with some of the family members, Kendra Owen. You know, they're at a standstill now too. They don't have the funds to retry that or get a lawyer to help them. So we have a lot of injustice within our own communities and within our own people in MMIW. Who's gonna help them? Where does this go after the feds? We don't know. As family, we don't know. We don't know where it's at with what happened to Reggie. Nobody wants to say anything, and that's where we lose it. We lose everything. And we need to start having a voice. Our council needs to start having a voice or direct somebody to be that voice. Like she said with the Civil Rights Office, I don't know. I mean, who's going to do it? Does the chairman look into it? Vice chairwoman? Who has the authority to meet with the feds to say, hey, this is what's going on with the family? Because, you know, I see my cousins, they're lost. They don't know what's going on. And that's the hardest feeling is the unknown and that injustice. So, and this isn't affecting just Reggie's family. This is affecting so many of our families. Again, once it goes federal, where does it go? So a lot of our people need to have that voice. So I'm asking council to start look into this, think about it. We need to find somebody to be that voice to actually meet with the feds, the investigators. they're not ready to give out all that information. I understand that we want to be friendly and whatever with them, but if this was your own brother or sister, your own companion, you would think different. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Bickoli?
Thank you for coming in and saying that, Savannah. I did pass out a draft letter to the tribal council that my cousin Del Rey drafted, because it seems nothing is being done, and we are asking, and Megan has tried to reach out, and so far all they're being told is it's under investigation. And in my opinion, I believe it's the chairman's responsibility to reach out to the chief of police and the criminal investigator. The criminal investigator is essentially BIA, you know, that because he's a federal officer. And they have a trust responsibility to our people. And I believe that they should be advocating for information on this case. So we're with you. We're with the family. We didn't forget about it. We talk about it all the time. And that we know that something needs to give here pretty quick, because how long are these things under investigation when the non-Indian is free? And if it was the other way around, if it was an Indian that shot the white guy, he would probably be locked up pending the investigation. So we know this. So it is an injustice right now, it seems, but hopefully they will do the right thing. But thank you for coming in.
With that, I'd just like to make a motion to begin the RFP process for a civil rights lawyer, and then we'll have legal work onto it into the contract of October 1st. So I can't make a motion. I have to request a motion. Motion from Haipa. Second from Bickoli, and question from Enemy Swim. So this will at least be the step towards that request from 2019. To begin the RFP process for, RFP or advertisement, I guess, for a civil rights lawyer for fiscal 2026.
Yes.
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 Thank you. I believe there's a comment from Lake Traverse.
Well, Savannah left already, but I just wanted to make sure that they understood also that, you know, Woody is working side by side with them. You know, according to that last meeting that we had, you were in attendance there, Scott. You know, when we met back in the council suite. You know, so I mean, and I think this would be, like what you said, Madam, you know, our Myrna was, the chairman is the spokesperson. You know, and I know it was said, and I can't remember who it was said by, maybe it was by Scott or whoever, but, you know, even if we requested an update, a monthly update, you know, what the status is, just so they know that we're watching this. You know, so it's not swept under the rug like how a lot of our members and our relatives think that it's gonna be. You know, so that's something that we can visit with the chairman when he's back next week or whatever.
With the comment with that though, I believe Gary, the chief of police, and Woody was here 2 months ago and requested that MOU to be working with the FBI. There was no second, so the MOU was not approved. So I do want to remind you that this MOU came in front of council 2 months ago, I believe.
I want to respond to that, because there already is a MOU that I have a copy of. There's an MOU with Department of Interior and the tribes with the Department of Justice, where they already have the same authority. And in these cases, the feds can come on tribal land regardless if there's an MOU or not. So it involves a non-Indian, and here they are. So that MOU does not change anything.
Old agency.
Just one comment on that. I know, council passed a resolution, to 638 tribe, or the BIA and tribal realty. I don't know where that's at, but it'd be really good to see what we could fix in that and strengthen our sovereignty for issues like this going forward. That's one comment I got, because I know that's going to be coming up pretty good, pretty soon as far as that funding agreement and the scope of work and that. So I think it'd be an opportunity for all of us to look at that and prepare for that and what we need in there to protect ourselves from incidents like this. I'm hoping we could have a discussion or something could happen here, some action on this behavioral health, we need grief counselors in here. I don't know whose job that is here, Department of Health or Behavioral Health or
We have a
who?
behavioral health director under the tribal secretary.
Okay, well, something needs to happen here because, is there a plan to handle this going forward? What can be done now? Because is there a phone number we could call in? Are there services available to our tribal members going through this right now, this crisis over this? Thank you.
Anything else for DCA?
Anybody else feel that way?
Motion to approve report, Lake Traverse. Second from Enemy Swim. Question from Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Buffalo Lake. All right, motion to, anything else? Motion to adjourn? Motion from Haipa, second from Enemy